What's going on, folks? Hope you're having a good Thursday afternoon or night or wherever it is, wherever you are. This is Big Man. We're back here working on Celestial Crash. We're making progress on the UI, and so we're going to keep doing that. We're going to finish up what we were working on last time, and we may even have a simpler solution than what I was trying to do last time. And then we're going to just keep pressing on, because we don't have a lot left to do. At least as far as I can think now. I'm pretty sure that's going to change when I really dig into it. But let's get started. So what I was thinking here, last time I was trying to make a, so let's just show the game. Let's go ahead and get into the game. And I can actually show where we're at and what I was thinking about doing and how I kind of figured out what I was doing was too complicated. I could have done a very simpler version of it. So in the level, we've got the level UI, which now if I hit the tab button, loads in. And see, that's where I messed up last time and trying to have an event come in and move this into the right place. But I realized instead of just doing the animation event, I could just make the animation on this guy come and just move with it. So that's what we're going to do. So first we got to clean this out. But I do like it. Look at that. Look at that. Ah, that's so beautiful. And also, on a timed level, you got the addition of the clock coming in. And see, it would normally go away. It fades in and out every, like, after 3 seconds, after like a tenth of a minute, it'll fade out. But all right, let's go ahead and clean this stuff up. See here. Oh, actually, that was in Unity because I have to, it's in the setting for this guy. Probably just need to kill the event. It's on this guy. Yeah, just go ahead and knock that event out. And that should take care of our issue with that error popping up. Huh? Server. I definitely don't have any server code unless that's just something, I guess packet manager, I guess that's just for something internally to Unity that failed. Anyway. Yep, that took care of our error. All right. We got to just go clean up that code. If I can remember where it is. I'm going to test something real quick because I made some changes to the bot stuff for YouTube, and I'm not sure if it's working or not. Just want to send a test message in a minute. As soon as I find this function I'm looking for. What's the name of that function? There we go. Okay. Oh, I was right here anyway, wasn't I? I didn't do anything else with that. Okay. Let me send a test message over here. I'm scared I broke something. Nobody's over there yet. So. Okay, just making sure. Okay. And see, that's one thing I was trying to stop coming over. I was trying to stop some of the messaging from YouTube from coming over to Twitch, like those commands and like the automated messaging stuff. But since it's here, I'll take advantage of it and pin the one I really want to put up there. Oh, come on, head, get back in place. Come on, pin that. I don't like the. I like the fact that it's got the YouTube in front of it. Anyway. All right. All right. Now, so what we're going to do next is we're going to make the animation for the box that contains the information that's supposed to be aligned with that right UI element. The objectives. The objectives and limits area. All right. Oh, the problem with that was I forgot it's generated from a template. That's why I needed the event. So actually I can't animate it. Or can I apply the same animation when it's generated? I wonder if I can take the animation, attach the exact same animation controller to the generated element from the element it's supposed to line up with, and then just play the animation, the same animation on it. Because I've done something similar with the other game in front of an arena, but that was on 3D models that had bones. So I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll go and give it a try. Like we're gonna be coding for a little bit, so we'll jump over to the coding. Let's go someplace nice. The coding screen here. Let's hit the beach for a little bit. I really like the beach. All right, let's see here. So I need to get the animation controller off the one object and slap it onto the other. Need to get this guy's animation control. Got the animation. I got the animator here. Is that it? Just slap it on the other one? The thing is, it doesn't exist yet. Hold on. Oh, wait. So I don't need this now. Well, yeah, I do, but I need it for when it exists. So I can't set it where it was. Right here is where it is enabled, but I need it where it's created. Show right here. I may just need to have it put returned by that function. That way I can slap that animator in it. Let's see, it's here. It doesn't exist anywhere else after this. think, yeah, I think I'll just pass it back. So. Wait, hold on. I know I'm calling it twice. Because there's a section for objectives and there's a section for limits. And that's a problem because now it's actually two sections, not one that's being moved onto that background. And I need to make sure if they're animated, then one has to be offset from the other. Then the question is, wait a minute, okay. What if I make two animations then? One is a copy of the original, one is offset from that. But it's dynamic. These sections scale depending on how many objectives and limitations there are per level. So the animation wouldn't work. I'd have to adjust it every single time. Man, I wish that animation event had worked. Huh. You gonna do that for right now? What I'll have to do is I'll have to make a function here in this object that will just move them, but I don't have the event though. Dang it. I could do something probably with animation state. Instead of using the animation event, I could use the state stuff. I just gotta remember how to do it. I did it in front of Arena. Somebody showed me how to do it. And it's more obtainable than Unity's regular animation events. In fact, let's go look at that code. 1 second though, I might have to take away the screen. All right, there we go. So I would essentially make a script like this, attach it to the object, and when it hit 100%, I would have it call the functions to move them to the right position. Do I really want to do all that work, and is there a better way? But I don't think it is. And it's going to be scaled down from this. This for Inferno Arena was supposed to be tracking custom events across different animations, which is definitely not, we're not doing. All we really need is this function, this class and this function in its own script. And then we can tell, we look at this and we can tell when it's done. I think we would need this to tell us when it's done. I think this, when this hits 1, I think we're done. The normalized time hits 1. I hate to create the script just for one thing. I think this is what we're gonna do. I can't really see it working any other way. Unless I do something like hacky, like a timer. But then if the person is clicking the menu on and off, or the UI on and off, then they could mess with that timer anyway. Unless I turn the timer on and off, actually. Or what if I have it out there in the position and I just turn. No, I can't. It doesn't have a render, does it? That template doesn't have a renderer on it. I was thinking just have it out there and turn the renderer off. I have to go look in Unity. Well, actually, no, we need to go find this first. Or we could just find this. Objectives template. It's the wrong thing. Okay, go over to Unity objectives template. Let's test something here real quick. Okay, that doesn't. Oh wait, that's a template. Well, I wonder if I do that, can I access it in the? I think I lose the ability to access it in the script. Do I ever turn that off anywhere else? Make it inactive? I think I do. Oh, actually, I enable it. Huh. Maybe I could just disable it. Keep it on screen. Disable it. And then just enable the text. It's always on screen, you just never see it. I think that's what we'll do. And if this works, I gotta put that some other places too, that I know the text is sitting out there where I can just disable it. I've been hiding it. Oh, all right. I need to go back to that function I was just in. And I need to get this guy. I need to get in a list, and I need to, while I'm in here, well, I don't even need to get it. I just need to get that, the object of what I'm disabling or enabling. Need to get a list of all right. Don't I already have, or is this the required to win? This is not the outputted list. No, this is just the list per level, not the actual outputted thing that we're messing with. Okay. I don't know what that object is, or that class is actually. Enable, what does that actually mean though? Oh, wait a minute. We're setting those to active. I don't like that. We're going to get rid of this. This is what we're going to replace. I don't like disabling it. Well, hold on. I mean, it's working. I don't really need to fix it, even though I don't like that. I want to get rid of just disabling things altogether, but I don't think it really is necessary here. Because if I do any type of interaction while that thing's disabled, I'm going to get an error. But I just got to remember that for future reference, not to disable things, not disable game objects. I need to disable at the component level. And that way, even if I try to miss the component area, the component, I at least have a better grasp of when it's disabled. Yeah, so I think we'll keep this, but what we'll do is we'll make sure that it is, when this is generated, when this is created, that it's sitting, it's not moving at all. It'll actually be sitting where the background will show up. But then we still need, that's right, but we still need the event then. So we're still back at square one, where we need the event to tell us when we need to move it or when we need to enable it. So we're going to have to put an event. Man, it seems like a lot of work just to get this. Wait a minute. Why am I not putting it as a parent, as a child underneath the parent of the background object? Or make its own section. And then they'll just follow anyway, and you can just disable it. And they enable to disable it. Let's head somewhere else for right now. check out Houston. Yeah, that's what we need to do. We need to actually make that background either make it the parent or give it a dummy object and put all that in that section and then control that. Move the animation to the dummy. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. So let's jump back over here. Well, now we're going back to main, so we go back to Unity. Yeah, we just have it instead of sticking it in here, we stick it in the dummy with this. Oops. Copy. So over here. I need to make sure I'm referencing that, and I need to move everything into this. So actually, we will be heading back to, well, let's see if it works first. Well, actually, no. We have to go fix the code first. Where are we doing that? We're doing that movement when we hit the tab button, which is what function? Show for UI. Yeah, but this needs to be getting pulled from the right one. Yeah. All right, there we go. We broke it. We did break it. I see, that's what we need to have in going into here. But let's see, what did we break? We have okay, what do we do here? Oh, it's probably the width has changed for some reason. Or the scale is messed up because of the change. Right? No, it's over there. Okay, hold on. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Okay, so we've got some issues here because of something I'm not quite understanding about the positioning. Center middle, center middle. Okay. Oh, why don't we do this? Let's not do this. What if we can just make it a child instead of doing a dummy? What if we just made it a child of that? So let's go change our code back. But now we need the game object to actually assign that stuff to. All right, so now when it's generated, we need to move it under that. Question is, at what point do we need to do that, and how do we need to do it? Do we need to do it when it's created? Okay, here's enable. Need to go. Enable, we're going to go. Well, enable should be fine. It's the creation part that we need to stick our logic in. Here we go. This is it. We need to replace this. I'm glad to get out of this. Was really a weird way I had to do it. We can just take this out altogether. Okay, take care of that. Right. Those are good. Anything else we need to do to test this? Okay, where are you at? Hmm? Okay. What's the parent size here? 100 by 100. Okay. Let's figure out why that size is, why those settings are getting all crazy. I think it's working. We're just having some real weirdness here. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. Well, actually, we need this offset. That's what we need. Let's take out the scale. I wonder, can I take the previous section's width? Offset. Well, I wonder if I can collect the width of all the sections. I mean, not the width, the height. I don't think we need this. Wait, why is this here? This should be Y. Okay, that's a mess up. Let's take this part out as well. I'm glad to get these wrong numbers out of here. Get these hard numbers out of here. Okay, that's better. Now we need to figure out what's going on with this. I really need to... Well... Font size need to come down. Scratch my ear. Well, that didn't help. Should read that. Question is, why are you so big? I doubt this will make a difference, but let's see. Nope, that's not one. Huh. I know we're going to have to stretch the background, but we need to figure out why this is doing this, and probably need to move this over a little bit anyway. Do an indent. So at least our idea is working. Of that's coming in with it. We just need to figure out why it's looking like that. Huh. Do we really want to change this? It's not looking so messed up. Go back to this. Hmm. That's so small. Hmm. That's looking better. Now we need to actually bring it down. Huh. It looks readable. So. How's that look compared to that? Okay, so let's keep it at that and let's adjust from there. Okay, so one of the things we need to do is we need to get the width of, so since the width of this is not changing, we need to apply that encode to this generated one. That's one thing. But then once we know, every time we get a new section, we need to expand this out downward. So that's one of the first things we need to do. Then I think we can get a handle on how big this is going to be. How big this is going to be going across. We can kind of mess with other settings to get it where we want to be. Let's try that. So this can be just 0 right now. We'll probably do some changes to it otherwise though. We need to make some changes to the template. There we go. 15. Okay, so those fine. Here's where we need to make the changes to the width and the height. Or really, no. The width we need to change in code. Everything else looks fine here. For, I don't think they'll have the rect here. That's position. I need to go to the game object. I need to get the component. I need to get the component down, which is the rect transform. Yep. I need to do a new one, right? I don't want to change the Y of it though, because the Y, if I change it to the parent, the Y of it's going to be expanding. Cannot be assigned to as read only. Okay, yeah, right.
Tizzle beats.
This is just temporary. I feel like I'm about to make some more changes around this. Can't modify the return because it's not a verb. Okay. So do I have to? Okay, do I have to do it through? I don't think I have to do it this position, right? What's? Yeah, I can mess with the scale, but I can't mess with the width.
Tizzle beats.
I mean, I can actually just set it manually. I don't know why I'm trying to do it dynamically. Whoops, wrong thing. Yeah, this looks when we do this. Hmm. Just trying anything at this point. Just... Okay, that looks fairly close to what I want. I mean, that looks like that would be right. I just don't understand the offset here from the top of this. Does look bigger than this font though. Hmm. Wrong with. I mean, I can even get rid of this. This doesn't even look right, and that. Can't even tell what that is. How's that look without this? Yeah. Hmm. What I may do is make this separate from the list. Because I think what it does is it does objective, objective, objective. It'd be unnecessary. We'll tackle that when we get to it. I'm not really feeling this font, but it's fine for right now for our purposes. Should we get this? 'Cause I will forget. See, I don't even know if this is working with our new setup, but actually first though, we actually keep going back to that. Let's make our change here to the template. I don't even need to set this. I wonder if I could just put it all in one. No, I can't because I forgot when objectives or limitations are marked out. They get marked out when they're completed or turned red if they're failed. All right. Huh. Got there for right now. I don't think I need this anymore. Let's see how it works. Okay, so that works. Now, I should have another I should have another level that has multiple, right? Where's my... Okay, where's my objective? Oh, wait a minute. Is it replacing it? Okay. It's not, oh, okay, it's not being positioned right. Dang, where'd it go? Okay, let's mess around with that. Well, the rest that's looking good. Well, wonder. Okay, let's see. Can we just do this? Times. Or we can just do times the width. Let's see what this does. But most likely it's going to be times the width plus 50 or something like that. Height. Height. First, let's see how it looks with just the one. Okay, so we broke that. That's one problem. Oh, because it's 0. Okay, so that's one problem. This section is 0.
And the premise is clearly true. At least it is for everyone who thinks it's true. What reason do thinkers have for thinking they think? It's simply the fact that they think.
Excuse me. Okay, so now let's try that with 2. So let's look at that. So why is it moving up? It needs to be a negative, doesn't it? It needs to be going the other way.
I suppose, accordingly, that all the things which I see are false, fictitious. I believe that none of those objects which my fallacious memory represents ever existed. I suppose that I possess no senses. I believe that body, figure, extension, motion, and place
Might do something like this. See how that works. Just to see if that works. Okay, so that's fine. Nope, that didn't work at all. Where did that end up? I went too far. Right, it should have been 0, shouldn't it? It needs to be the width. The height, jeez. Which is 50. That the template. Well, it still makes that negative 50. Well, actually, you just... Wait a minute. See here. Let's do the width. Let's just do the width because I feel like I'm making this hard on myself. I say the width, I keep meaning the height. We need to get the height. Oh boy. Well, the height really... It would be a good question. Is the height actually expanding every time we add another one? To keep track of it. Hmm. See how this works. Let's see how that works. I might have to do some math on top of that, if it even works, which I'm doubting. Okay, so let's see. This works fine. Good. All right. Okay. Though I feel like this needs to be reversed. I want objectives first, then the limits. I do want to get rid of that line. I mean, I want to pull it a little bit tighter than that. And then we can expand this out afterwards. Do I have any more that... Do I have any other ones that have a bunch of them in there? One of the levels maybe that has like a lot. Two... I couldn't make one up. Let's see. Oh, okay. So it actually, I can't pull it any closer because they'll overrun each other, right? Huh. So maybe don't mess with the way it's set up now. Now just go ahead and expand out this section. The question is, at what point do I start moving it up? Which part, when do I readjust the position based on how many I have sitting here? Well, maybe we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We may never get that far. I can't see a level with like 4 sets of rules, essentially. I should just call these rules instead of objectives. But anyway, well, no, different. A rule is different from an objective. Anyway, but it seems to work. see. So yeah, let's go ahead and do the expansion here. Hmm. First, all right, there we go with that. This is why I need to change those. We can come back to that later. Because I'll pull out the objective and I'll just have one objective for the entire section. I don't think I even need to do this anymore. In fact, let me get rid of that enable function and see if that does anything. Oh, I think it does just make it invisible. I wonder if I broke. Nah. Okay, I actually now need to do the expansion. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to leave this space in here. And I probably want to reverse to in the order. All right. Just check the other one real quick. All right. Let's work on that expansion. Why am I doing the limits first anyway? Let's see if that works. See if I broke anything here. That's fine. It should be. I shouldn't have affected. That change shouldn't have affected anything with it. But you never know. And there you go. What I need to do though is get the cumulative heights of the elements inside of it and then adjust the background height. Which is this. So after that's done is when I need to I wonder if I adjust the height though. That's gonna just mess with everything inside of it, isn't it? Well, we'll see. If that happens, we'll have to figure out another way. Like maybe it can't be dynamic. Maybe I have to go ahead and stretch it out just by default, and then I just have to be aware if I'm going to put more in there that's going to be too big. Or we get a scroll bar. That's probably the idea. Go ahead and make it as big as that section. Oh, make it make that background as big as that entire section of the game screen. That corner, and then it's just going to have a scroll bar eventually if and when I go too far or I put too much in there. I think that's the way it's got to roll. We'll try the height thing real quick. If that doesn't work, we'll just expand it out right now and just deal with that stuff later. Question is, can we change the height? Let me see. We have to change the scale. I don't think. Let's see what happens if we change the scale in game. Yeah, you can't change the height itself. You have to change the renderer height. Okay, so you just have to move it down. Well, actually, no, you can't do that here. You can do that in, okay. We'll have to change the scale. Yeah, see, that changes that too, so I can't do that. So that's what we'll do with what I'm thinking here. What I was talking about, we'll just go ahead and make this go all the way down. And then if we get to an issue where we've got so many objectives and limits, we'll have to have a scroll bar here, or auto scrolls by itself, like a kind of a slow scroll. But I feel like that you're sitting there like looking at this scroll while you're trying to play. It feels weird. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, I could have just looked at it. I could have started working on it there to get the default values. Doesn't matter if I change here. Okay. Wrong one. I can't move it, can I? Okay. Nope. Not gonna work. Not going to work. Wonder is that because I have the animator running? No? I really don't want to mess with that. Or I could just make it bigger than the other side. But I don't like the way it feels like this feels lopsided. But if it's gotta happen, it's gotta happen. And that is a way we could do it. And then just move stuff up. Oops. Yeah, we can do something like that. But I don't think we need to do that right now. We don't need to go that far. Or we need to do a little bit of that. Because it needs to be bigger than this. Yeah, I think we kind of will do this. Because I do like it. I do like the look of it. I mean, I do like the space it's going to offer us. I just didn't want it taking up more space than it needed to, because you got this guy here. If you got that guy here, then it looks weird. The space is gonna look weird. Because I mean, well, space is like, look, you got all this free space up here, you got this free space here that you're not doing anything with. But I guess it should be kind of a stationary feel to it, so it doesn't come off weird that you're changing the size every time. Oh no. But I do like the fact that it's taking up most of the space here. And I won't have to do much other than just make sure these things make sure they align properly in here. All right. How does that look over here? And then I just need to adjust it so these things go to the top from the beginning and then come down. Yeah, that's what I'll do. We won't do anything too crazy. That's what we'll do. Whoops. Okay, well. Huh. Mr. Human Limits, what's up, man? How's your night going? How did that get messed up? Oh, nothing much, man. Just trying to make these things work. Trying to make a UI actually look like it's functional and cohesive. You did some Blender art, Jay? Nice, man. All right. What you working on? Or were you just practicing? One of cookies on a beach. Cookies on a beach. Okay. I'll say that because taking cookies. I get that is practice, but it's funny. You take cookies on the beach, you're gonna get sand in your cookies. But anyway. One of cookies and one of a beach. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, cool, man. I will do cookies on the beach. Oh man. What do we do here? So I put it back the way it was. Anyway, I got to the love of my life, Silent and Breath of the Wild. Okay. Was it happily ever after? Or did you slay him? Which could be also happy ever after. How does that get messed up? Okay. Okay. Nope. We've officially messed up. We've officially messed up. Abort. Well, I can't technically marry him in game, but I can imagine. Okay, let's see this dude. Hold on. Let me bring up a browser. Ah, okay. I see the appeal. You like them tall, dark, and homicidal by the look of it. He does have a fiance. And the second game though is not the last. I mean, yes, because there's an obstacle doesn't mean it's it's not a goal. I would scoop that up. All right, man. Personality is extroverted, evidence of enthusiasm and optimistic view of life. Positive side, okay. And Missouri is a kind of I think. Missouri and race. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Big and strong, I got you. How did that get messed up? Oh, it was 400. How did that get changed? That's right. It was 450. Where did my setting get unset? In the actual game, he is like 11 feet tall, or since he's twice his length size, he's very strong. And personality is good too. See, I keep wanting to play all of the Zelda games. Go back and play all the Zelda games I missed, and eventually get up to like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But like it'll probably never happen. Aside from my personality, I beat my first large boss game. Nice. Yeah, I really do want to go back and play, like, just tour all the Zelda games. And I was doing that kind of with all of the Assassin's Creed games. Like, I've played every Assassin's Creed game from 2 on up to the last one was Liberation. And then I when I get back into it, I need to go to Rogue. But I will probably stop around Origins or after Origins. But the Wild takes so long. I imagine. Okay, so we're back to normal now. So this looks kind of big compared to everything else, but okay, but we're back to normal here. Now, what I was trying to do is figure out how to make this bigger. Okay. Now, does that... Okay, didn't somehow change that. I mean, stuff, it looks so cool when done right. If you're talking about mine, thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, in general, yeah, one of the things I looked at was searching interactive showed me the UI database online, and like that stuff is really inspirational to look at. Personally, like very fluid menus. Yeah, me too, man. I know, like I played like Persona 3 recently, Persona 3 Reloaded, and one of the things about that is the style of the menus like sets the tone of the game. Like it's all what's the word? Aesthetics. It's all just visual. Like it doesn't really do anything for the game itself, but it like puts you in a mood for that game. Okay. And so now I want to make sure this gets up to the top here, so we always have enough room, so we have a good amount of room here for add-ins. But since this is dynamic, probably the biggest misconception I see with animations is that fluidity equals smoothness. When animation is very quick and snappy, rigid, but still like fluid, like DK Bonanza menus. I'm not familiar with DK Bonanza menus. I don't know if I could look that up. Huh. But I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, it has to fit the, it has to fit like the, I want to say the aesthetic of the game, the vibe of the game, where sometimes you want your menu to either like fade in or like kind of like a maybe you want it to like jittery fade in or something like that, because maybe your world is kind of chaotic or something. Things like that. They are very rough to animate, so they feel rocky, but since they move together and feel like they continue to move without feeling extreme. I gotcha. All right, let's fix the menu stuff here, or fix the positioning on the menu. Like the press animation on the buttons is them smashing, but since there is screen shake and effects feel correct, is not out of place basically. Yeah, like I said, it fits the vibe of the game, like essentially what you're saying. Because in DK, you're playing as a big gorilla that goes around and smashes things, so you want the things to like move chaotically, like you want to look like they're getting thrashed around, because that's the energy of the game. So I hear what you're saying. Actually, let's go back to Unity. We need to see what that starting position is. Okay. Nope. Nope. 100. All right, my dude. See if that everything aligns up after that change. Not lines up. Okay, there we go. Oh, I don't know why I went back there. Nope, it's not. We need to fix that. Wait a minute. Shouldn't this be multiplied by the section? Because this wouldn't work if you had 3 or 4. Like, I didn't even realize that. But I know it's not working now. I do need to try like 3 or 4 sections, or 3 or 4 limits or objectives. Let's see here. Does it need to be plus this? Oh, well, let's try it. Let's try it. I shouldn't need to do this, but order operations just to make sure. Okay. Okay. That's because this was well, what is that value? Let's actually find out. But let's get rid of this, 'cause I know this ain't right. Oh, this isn't right either, because the height changes. This is the section that it's in, so the height should change every time, supposedly. So I was incorrect. Oops, did not mean to do that. I wonder if that broke anything. Oh yeah, it broke stuff. Okay, we'll fix that another day. We do our cleanup, which I want to get to in a couple streams, by the way. I want to get through with the UI, and then I want to do a session of cleanup, and I want to do it before there's this local playtest meetup that I want to take the game to. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, it's not fine, but it's 0. It's always 0. Okay. So the height never actually changes. The height value, at least, never actually changes. Yeah, that doesn't change. So we still need to calculate. We need to calculate it. Wait a minute, let's just check that again. It's the section. Wait a minute, it says new display section. Yeah, this is always going to be 0. That's right. But the thing I wanted to check is, does the parent height change when you add stuff to it? Should have done that. Life is hard. What do you mean life is hard, man? What's going on? I mean, I've got some news about along those lines. Okay, that's cool. My parents always act like I have no idea what I want to do as an adult or in college, and constantly telling me to have many options and do. I'm not understanding. I get the first part. Like, your parents always, what you feel like your parents don't understand you, right? And from their perspective, I mean, just tell it to you from an adult's perspective. We look at kids like they don't know what's really going on out there, and they kind of don't. But you also know more than they do in the aspects of social media, how things work, but you don't have a good understanding of like what the real world is, right? You understand more modern things that you've had to interact with better than they probably do, but they understand the real world. They've had to live in it. So it just leads to misunderstanding. It can lead to misunderstanding on both sides of the equation. That's just my kind of take on it. You know, don't take anything I say to heart. but just probably try to be understanding about it. And hopefully they'll come around too as well. I want to either become a software engineer, probably game dev, or or effects. Range of software engineers is massive. Effects are generating well enough paying job. Right. So software engineer definitely, because I am a software engineer. I feel like that's always good, a good base to work towards, a base career to work towards. And if you want to do more after that, just like I'm doing, then it lends itself to it. So it's hard to get into software engineering as a junior engineer these days because of a lot of things. But once you get in and start building your, portfolio, your resume and all that stuff, I found it is a very secure career path. Now, that being said, my news that I just got the other day is I'm being let go from my company because they're laying off. So take everything I just said with a grain of salt. But I'm confident that I can find another position, because this is not the first time I've been laid off. This is not the second time I've been laid off. This is just the way the world kind of works now, where it just kind of is what it is. And I know it's not me that it's not because of my performance or anything they're laying me off, because I just got a raise in that place and they're laying off the guy that started with me. So it's just they're just letting the people who came in last go first in the layoffs. But I still say, even through all that, I say software engineering is still a good career path. I understand the concern, but most of the way they express it usually comes across as negative personal criticism. I just wish they were nice about it. I can understand that. And a lot of it could be that they're just concerned. And they just may not, like you kind of say, they may just not be expressing it in the best way. But hopefully it's coming from a place of love and concern for you. Okay, so that never changes. Okay. So this is not going to work. I have to calculate it. For more context, they both are very, very heavy perfectionists. They have a way of saying things that just destroy your confidence. Yeah. But you understand it. And understanding kind of where it comes from, you can kind of you can kind of extrapolate where it's coming from and take out the parts that may not have been presented the best, or you kind of understand the parts that are not presented best and take the message. So I hope it gets better for you, man. I got a feeling it will. Let's see here. What's a good way to do this? I mean, I just have to have an arbitrary. We'll just do something like this. How about that? We'll just multiply it. Actually, this. Oh, that didn't work. Or it's not working. Plus one it. Okay, that didn't work right either. But that need to be a negative. Nope. Or $50. What is this, huh? Oh, that's right. I said at the top of the 50. I've run into a small issue with my game's feel. I've got a thing where you hold a button to charge, and then depending on the direction you're holding, or if you are holding none, then something different. I'm trying to say, okay, so you holding down, something different happens. Okay, so you run into a small issue with the game's feel, everything where you hold down a button to charge, okay, and then you're whatever way you're pointing and you charge. I'm guessing the way that you go with a charge ability, like you go really fast, or maybe you get an ability that kicks on something like that. But if you're not holding, if you're holding none, like if you're physically holding something, then something different happens. I don't understand. I think I got the first part of that. Whatever way you're facing while you're charging is the way you like go. So the charge problem is that I can't find the release. I release the charge before holding direction. Accidentally used the wrong ability. Okay, I have to see in action. But I figured you just keep working on it, man. Just kind of what I would do is I would write down how the mechanic works, like so you see it on paper. And then you kind of work everything else around it, all your other abilities and how they interact with it. Essentially, you make a game design doc. And then that way you can see, like, you can work out the intricacies between your mechanics. Okay, so it needs to go down by 50. All right, most likely it's a case of needing just to get used to my controls, but if I can figure out how to solve it, then if I can figure out how to solve it, then I will definitely try. Okay, man. Because that's, well, I haven't done like a design like for this game because I'm kind of throwing it together. I have one in front of Arena, and it helps me figure out like, okay, this class has this abilities that can act like a counter to this other class's abilities because I've already written all that down and stuff like that. It helps me just kind of figure out things, like how my mechanics are going to interact and stuff like that. Say limits no way. Well, each for some reason I knew you were going to say that, but each level can have a limit, like a time limit or something like that. So there's objectives and there's limits. Let's do this. I think it needs to be a negative, though. Oh, okay, that worked, at least right now. Yeah, because it ain't objectives. Okay, let's try this a couple more. Let's add a couple more in. I feel like that's not going to work right. We'll see. Let's add a couple more in, a couple more objectives in, or limits or whatever. Okay. That works fine. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I need to have the offset in there. Okay. Forgot where it was. In the level settings, aren't they? This needs to be +1 or -1 actually. Or actually, take that away. All right. All right, that's good. All right, so that's working down here, right? We just made it go too far. And still some overlap. Probably can figure that out. Score. So where was it at? It's at 0. So it kind of needs to be like 50, 0, -50. It's 100, 50. So, okay, so now they're lining up, but they need more space. And this is where I'm going to run into the problem of things not having enough space on here. So do I need to make this even bigger? Oh, sorry. You were saying. Let's see. So in Silk Song and Hollow Knight, there's Steel Soul mode which means you can die. If you die, you restart. Yeah. If you try 3 times, died once at the hard boss, back pretty into 1 of 3. So okay, you tried it 3 times and died at the hard boss pretty far into 1 of 3. Okay. The other 2, I died in the lava, like early on too. Yeah, man. I mean, some challenge runs, man. I'm trying to remember what challenge runs I've had that have been kind of difficult like that. I can't think now. But I know I've done certain. Oh, the Valkyries in God of War. The new God of Wars, where they're just these really insanely tough boss battles, and sometimes you have to fight your way to them. And if you like die, you have to start over from where you fought your way, where you got into to get into the area. Where you got to start the area. So yeah, I've done that, but I became so obsessed with it that I just would sit there over and over again doing it. Oh, just repetitionally, like jumping into the, or like I would do the salty run back. I would be like, I'm dying, just jump right back into it, and but yeah, I eventually beat all of them. Even though some of them felt cheap. And then I didn't even beat the first one until I realized like I was playing them out of order. I had to look online to figure out which ones were the easier ones to do, because you could end up like accidentally, running into one that you're not supposed to play until later in the game, or till you have more abilities or whatever. I realize that when I take breaks now, so I don't usually get too obsessed with challenges. Yeah, exactly. But with me though, if I get into a zone and I take a break, well, actually, 50-50. Sometimes it actually helps if I take a break. Sometimes if I take a break, then I come back and I can't get back into the flow. Probably if I do challenge runs, I want it to be one where I can die, but something else. Where I can die, but something else is harder. I don't even understand what you mean by that. I want to be one where I can die, but something else is harder. I don't know what you mean by that. All right. Question: do I actually need to worry about this? Like one-shot mode, or enemies have more health? Well, the thing about that though is those type of challenge modes are kind of cheap, where they just give enemies a bunch more health, or they give them just a status boost or whatever. It has to be something like really interesting for me to do a challenge run. If it's just you go back into the same like level or go back to the same challenge and they just have more health, that just kind of gets old and annoying. What am I going to do here? I mean, what is the likelihood of me sitting there having 4 things in that box and one of them being really long? And plus, do I need to make this like celestial? I feel like I can shorten that up too. And then maybe the thing, I feel like 4 things could live in there. Okay. I like ones with phases where it adds a new phase or something like, so it feels a bit harder without being cheap. Yeah, and it's kind of like with, like I was saying with God of War, one of the things is like it has two areas where it's a challenge run. The whole thing is a challenge run that you can do at any point, that you get the ability to go there. And if you die, you restart from the beginning. So, and the farther you get in there, the better your treasures. And then, like I said, then a couple times they had like the Valkyries in there as well. So if you went through that, and then it's a time limit as well. The area is time limited. So if you die to the Valkyrie, you have to go all the way back to the beginning of the area and start all over again. And you lose everything you collected. I think this is okay. I don't want to sweat it too much. Yeah. I forget what they were called. But yeah, it was time limited. If I remember right, it was time limited. And you go in and you collect stuff. Anything you collect in there, if you die, you lose and you start over. And then you could actually run into a boss in there. Well, that's what happened to me. I actually ran into the boss in there, a hidden boss in there. So if I wanted to get back to the boss, that means I had to start all the way over in the area again. And then to make it stick, I had to get out. I think the boss is separate. I think the boss, you could beat the boss and still die, and that'd be fine. You just couldn't. Your loot will go away if you died. I think. I can't remember. It's been years. But I did love that God of War. Even though the Valkyries felt cheap as hell as bosses. All right. Let's see how it looks if I add a bunch of. If I had a bunch of objectives. Well, there's only 3 objectives. There are 3 objectives and 3 limits that I can add to each level. Oh, there's a sale on that scroll bar thing I wanted. This is what I wanted to fit. That scroll bar plugin I wanted. I need to go look at that tonight. I would like to just have this objective and then it just lists the objectives. So let's go clean that up. Yeah, but I gotta do something about those scroll bars. I'm not gonna keep dealing with it. I might as well take advantage of the sale. Okay. I don't need to show objective each time. And I really don't need this. I just need to say like limits or I'll come back to that. Okay. Actually, let's do that in the code. Okay. So here. But that's not what I wanted. Text Mesh Pro, Text Mesh Pro. Yeah, because of sandwich. Okay. this in there. And let's see how that works. I have to adjust everything to fit underneath it. Yeah. Can we push that over some? Can we indent? Okay, so we'll throw in a dent. Hmm. All right. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a good way to do it. Then we'll okay, looks all right. I don't like that. I need to put some other stuff in there to see how it lines up. So we won't put it here. And let's go ahead and add some more in there. Okay, it's good. We'll need to take this up a bit. Why are you so far down? I bet you have to be. Yep, you do. And that's gonna be my problem. But I don't also want to sit there and put in a bunch of things and overwhelm people. Or at least not until you get really deep into it. I kind of wanna. I kind of wanna count the number of characters, and if they're below a certain amount, move this up. But I really don't want to mess with that. I feel like that just leads to more. That would just lead to more problems. Because then I'd have to track where I've decreased the amounts of space between them. I'd have to keep a rolling track of how much space is in, how many areas. I have to keep the cumulative height together somewhere. I think that's fine for right now. I can't imagine I'm going to have 4 things in here. If it gets to that point, then I'll make some more changes. Or I have to do something like a scroll bar or an auto scroll or something like that. But I want to plan too far ahead. All right. I think that's good. I think we did what we wanted to do tonight, at least for the most part. And the idea of a slow auto scroll is kind of catching with me. I also keep really wanting to go back and just look at the amount of characters and then just close these gaps. I really want to do it. Because it's just space you're not going to need. How would that work though? Yeah, I'll just have to have global that just that we keep the amount of height and then just not calculate it. Stop calculating by the section count. And then I should not have ones that go over. I need to have a hard limit of the number of lines that these things take up. If it goes over 2 lines, that it needs to be shortened in the description. So let's do that. Let's do that. Be the last thing we do tonight. I really need to say celestial body limit. Or I don't need to actually say celestial, keep saying celestial bodies. Well, I'm saying chain limit here. I don't need to say chain. Keep saying chains. People will get it. Of less. Time limit's fine. Okay. All right, I need to see how many characters are in, how many characters before it moves over to the next line. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. And I couldn't mess with the kerneling, right? I could actually just move those closer together. In fact, I could just try to hack it and make everything on one line. And then just reduce the general length. I can reduce it further. That's a lot of space in between those. I feel like that's cleaner.
40 or 45? What's 50 look like? Oh, I need to do it here. It's not terrible. I can even do 45. Okay, let's add some more stuff in there and see what happens. What was the last thing I did, by the way? Oh yeah, shorten these. Okay. I can reduce this now. In fact, I might even want to reduce this and actually add some space in between this. But it still works here, so I still have to end up doing the same thing. Well, I have to track the number of characters and over a certain amount, and each one gets a different spacing between them. Yeah, so I have to do that anyway. And I need to change this. That just needs to be destroyed one chain anyway. I can actually shorten these up. These descriptions up. Actually, I'll leave that the way it is. All right, let's do what I said. Let's do what I'm thinking will work here.
Am I even using this anymore? But I don't think this is ever updated, so I can take that out. It's always going to be true now. All right. All right. Oh, I needed to actually record the length of the cumulative length of the objective limit section. What is the description line count? This is the description stuff. Okay, this has nothing to do with that. All right. That's when you go into, when you're looking at the level descriptions before you go into it. I still need to figure out what the max number of characters. I still need to get the max number of characters for the short and long. All right. Current height, not width. Why I keep reversing them? All right, so let's go ahead and go look at that. Yeah, no, I'm not using it yet. Huh? Oh, because I didn't fix that yet. Let's just make up some numbers for right now. All right, man. You take it easy and have a good night, man. Thanks for the hang. Character. Not limit, but say something like 30 characters.
Hmm. Oh. Actually needs to be the offset, right?
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Aperture science. We do what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. Now there's no sense crying over every mistake. Just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done, and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive.
Okay. +4.
I'm not even angry. I'm being so sincere right
Bridges in.
even though you broke my heart and killed me and tore me to pieces
Actually.
and threw every piece into a fire. As they burned it hurt because I was so happy for you. Now these points of data make a beautiful line, and we're out of beta, we're releasing on time. So I'm glad I got burned. Think of all the things we learned for the people who are still alive. Go ahead and leave me. I think I prefer to stay inside. Maybe you'll find someone else to help you. Maybe like Mesa. That was a joke.
All right, let's see how that works.
Chance. Anyway, this cake is great, so delicious and moist. Look at me still talking with the science to do. When I look out there, it makes me glad I'm not you. I've experiments to run, there is reason to be done on the people who are still alive. And believe me, I'm still alive. I'm doing science and I'm still alive.
Okay, so that's fine.
Fantastic and I'm still alive. When you die, you'll be still alive. And when you're dead, I will be still alive.
Oh, not what I want to do.
Still alive.
No. Huh. Because it needs to be, it's not the height, it's the next position. Because before, let's go back to what we were doing before. Just to see it. You were taking it away. Okay. So this is not the height. This is the next position. Next section Y position. Come on. That's fine. Come on. Why reloading anything? You're literally running the same compiled code. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but okay. That looks better. Now let's go ahead and, well, first, let's prove it's 30 characters. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 35. We can go up 35 on that. All right, let's add in a couple other things to test how well this is actually working. Do our sanity check. That's working. There we go.
I am going to get rid of this part though, but that's good. I like that. Because the reason I have to do it like this, see how that's, oh, my colors are different. I didn't realize that. That's supposed to be green. As you get the objectives though, they change the color, they change color. But those are supposed to be green. That's why I had to do them separately though, because you can change the color individually as different boxes. And see, this changed color. This should be red. Okay, so I got to fix that. But the other stuff's working good. Cause I can add it. I can even add in a couple more things to that. Wonder why the. Oh, because the I had messed with the shaders on those that's weird. Why does that have I changed the shaders on these, that's why the colors are off. But I gotta figure out, okay, wait a minute. Why is this got a break in it? Oh, because this hit 35, but it doesn't actually go over. I mean, I could, what, can I up that to 40? We're going to destroy. That can't be. All right, why is there such a... What's the difference between this and this one? 35... 15. It's 50. Yeah, it somehow hit the character limit on that one. Why would this hit the character limit? It's 37 characters. It is 37 characters. Okay, it's right at the edge at 37. But I wonder if, because the different characters take up different spaces, it's gonna maybe we'll change it, maybe we're not. But let's actually look at the issue with our colors, because see, that's supposed to be red. I can't change it to red, can I? Just makes it look yellow. Because these are supposed to be green when you get those. I wonder, can you turn off the material? Can you remove a material during the game? I mean, during runtime. Let's do anything. Let me see that. Let me look that up. The renderer. Does that mean the canvas renderer? Oh, I wonder, can I remove it from the text? Okay, let's look that up. You need a reference to. Oh, yeah, I know that. So you can just do materials. Let's see if that works. I'm gonna try a quick fix on this, cause I need those colors to work. I did not realize that I was messing around with those shaders that was gonna happen. Actually, let me keep that for a second. I'll just change the change the character count for when it does another line. Check that real quick. I got a feeling that removing those textures is not going to help me. Materials is not going to help me. I'm going to have to figure out some other way to do it. I may end up having to do something like even switch these out. Like copy and switch them out with the ones that don't have the material. Okay, so that worked. All right. I got a feeling it's gonna blow up in my face eventually, but for right now. All right. Where do we go when we've? Ah, here it is, right here. Now, when I was changing the color, I was changing the color of the material, right? I was changing the vertex color. But what if I change the color of the material? Let's just see if this works. Let's see how that works. Oh, wow. That changes all the materials. It's cool, but not at all what I want to happen. How did we do that? Because I changed the default UI material. Okay. That's super weird. I mean, no, it's not, because I'm changing the actual material itself, which is shared. I need the shader. What's the other overloads? What's the other signatures? Material source. From another material. Am I creating the material somewhere else? I probably need to save this instead of finding this in here. In fact, I'm not the same object. I'll do it later. Let's just see if this works. Oh. I permanently changed that? Oh crap, I changed the material. What the heck? What happens if I just run it now and see what happens? Well, no, I need to go back and actually. Good grief. This is not something I wanted to do. This is not. way I want this to stay at all. And that didn't make a difference anyway. How do I get to the default and change that color? I just need to figure out how to get back into the shaders. Yeah, that's not, doesn't matter. After I change this is probably gonna be just a problem for another night. Figure out how to, I need to probably make another shader and get those off of there. That's the shader I made. So no, that's not it. Where are the default shaders? These are the materials for the game, not. Look it up real quick because I need to get that fixed. Assets. That's where I am. Assets, shaders. But that's not, that's where my shaders are. Library. All right. No, that's not what I wanted. I mean, I could try to just do it in the code again and just set it to white and see what happens. But I really need to actually understand how to make those changes because I've done it before and I just can't remember what I did. I've actually gone there and messed with shaders, so I... I can't believe you can really just update all of them from the code. Or the source one from the code. I guess that's lets you like do some interesting things with effects and stuff like that. If you can just change everything, you can essentially give everything the same underlying material and then change the color. You can actually do some probably really interesting things with that. Okay, so everything's back to normal now. So next time we will figure out what to do about these. We'll have to give them their own material. Let's take that code out of there so we never ever do that again. All right. All right, so that's pretty much going to do it for tonight, guys. Thank you for the hang. Thank you, Mr. Limits, and any lurkers who came through. Much appreciated. I will be back next week. Monday is my regularly scheduled stream, 9:30 EST. Probably be doing more of this. We're going to figure out how to fix that material issue. And we'll continue on with the UI stuff and try to get it knocked out. But until then, you know, stay safe out there, make great games, and or just make games. They don't have to be great, they could just be games. But I'll see you next time.